Let's test. Test 1, 2, 3. Hello, this is Jake Light. Gaming Light at your service. We're once again back on stream today. Hope everyone's having a good morning and good afternoon. I think. If you're sleeping soon, hope you have a good rest and when I see you. I will be continuing on working. Continue working on guide. I can. Yeah. What else can I? I mean, I already have a few. How do you say it? Categories at least. Or like roofer. Necessary testing. I think I should probably talk about the category contractual obligation. Yeah. Well, I would say not control. Okay. Appropriate. That's probably the next thing I want to discuss right about. Yeah, today's stream is going to be this. So don't really feel I like before I push the stream button. I'm contemplating so many like what I want to do, and it's trying to keep my expectations bounded, so to speak. Like, what is the best choice? What would be the thing I want to do the most and probably comfortable? Won't be disappointed, won't be stressed out, and I think this will be it. So, nowadays, it's very difficult for me to playing something on a sort of solo basis. It's like there's always that nagging feel. Who's gonna be right now playing this, or people that are actually interested? How would they find out playing this game, playing that game? Or if I'm playing this thing, people that are watching me, are you interested in that kind of stuff? Yeah, bunch of like all these questions, and like at the end, like maybe not try to do anything. Like I thought about playing Musume, but I don't really have a lot of things to do in right now until like the next scenario. I'm just gonna keep Musume on stream until Friday. I'm happy to announce that we are quite busy for the weekend, at least. Friday, definitely in Musume stream. This is when Mario starts. Saturday night, Musume stream collab with Naomi and Jiba, as Naomi will be coaching Jiba on the game, on the scenario. Hopefully by then she is healthy, because we are unfortunately sick. Hopefully she recovers soon. But yes, and Sunday was going to be my Twitch 8th anniversary. I have things planned VTuber friends that are available to join. And yes, what we're gonna do and all that. Default is probably the night. I've like separated different times. Nighttime probably might be chat. I think in terms of information on that, in terms of for people together with, probably can be. I'll be doing today itself, but we plan to sort of a continuous streams, even if it, let's say in between these time slots, be people around. So I might be doing something like a actual solo game stream. Yeah, I haven't really enough. Sorry. So it's a more of a thing that I'm just like personally inviting people close to me, and pretty much it. This is more or less like a birthday party that hosted on Ask. Hey, that's fine. Anyways, so I believe I have never really this section. Legality. It was not originally, again, this VTubers guy was public relation, just focusing on this and their social skill, importance of managing your public image. Also, that's a big part of it. There isn't really any term legal stuff, because in terms of like looking to have like a good reputation, a good public image. In general, you should just follow the laws and stuff like that. I guess in addition, and also talk about legalities, and sometimes it overlaps with PR. In general, following the laws, complying with contractual terms or what, it's good to maintain good relationships, public image. It shows that a person is not always unpredictable in terms of doing the right thing. Just how do you say, be reasonable and more trustworthy, I would say. Well, let's say you're someone that's likely to be conscious about what you do and the laws, complying with laws, then it kind of shows you a character. That can be depended on. Not to do something, or to do something, even if it's how do you say, casual circumstance. But yeah, or Jeez, no. Goodness. All right. So, on legality, a basic definition for it is your obligations. It's just things you normally have to follow. You know, a person, a company, whatever. As long as you're representing some sort of a legal entity. Legal entity can be anything, whether you're a company, partnership, or job owner, or any kind of group of people, an agency. When it comes to like VTubers, so VTuber groups, streamers, whatever your title, your like designation is, as long as you're someone, individual, human being, whether you're represented by a corporation or not, you have to follow laws, both things, follow rules, regulations, all that stuff. This is just the only difference would be that if you don't follow this legal obligations, you know, you will most likely incur liability, be liable to compensation, whatever the legal consequences there might be if you fail to do so. It's for me, legalities is more straightforward and PR. Like trying to manage your PR. It's like when you don't do something ethical, you don't do something moral per se, from like a general point of view, it's not really a huge consequence of anything. If anything, it's more or less, if let's say you don't follow or you don't follow the flow, follow the majority of the point of morality perspectives of it's right and wrong, and you're just basically putting yourself in a box smaller, putting yourself in a social circle small would be, because in the end, if your opinions or your like opinions are not too extreme, you'll certainly still find part of a society that still accepts you, I guess, and you can still find some way to live by, even let's say you totally disregard all the things I have in the PR section, like in generally, like if you somehow can't stop being an ass, stop being disrespectful, inventory, whatever it is, probably a people for you. So my point being that not necessarily as clear cut when it comes to like breaching legal obligations. Breach legal obligations is more apparent, straightforward. If you don't do this, this is what happens. Don't do that, there's if you do that, then that's what happens. There's no such thing as like, oh, maybe depends of like severity of what you do, something like that. Like it doesn't matter, like there's always some sort of a negative consequence. There's no benefit to there's no, well, I guess no legal benefit to breaching laws or like contractual obligations, but of course, like yeah, you can break the you can don't want to listen, you don't want to like comply with laws and stuff, and still reap some whatever profit benefit. For the time being, it's always like that. When you do something that's considered or even maybe criminal, for the time being, when you're not caught, when you're not like reported on, or like affected parties are really legal proceedings against you, then yeah, for the moment you can benefit from it. Eventually, this doesn't just like go away once time has passed or anything. It always stays, especially if in terms of like VTubers, you posts you made on social media, videos you uploaded on YouTube or whatever stays there for a long time, and if you don't do anything about it, remove it or whatever, the affected party comes to notice or realize what you've done illegal, and they can still take actions against you. No such thing as like, yeah, or it's been a while, nobody has done anything, so I'm sure I'm safe. In terms of legalities, if we have evidence of legal actions, that's enough. Not like there's no, what do you say, time limit, duration to you doing something illegal from the date of you doing something illegal. So that's that. So I might joke about like things like as long as you don't get caught, there's nothing to worry about. But the thing is, like, unless you're like a criminal mastermind, you're very much likely to be found out one way or another. And unless you're super rich, super wealthy, well connected with your legal authorities or the relevant parties, you're most likely gonna be like the other person who's susceptible to having legal actions against you. That's that. Yeah, like, well, again, it doesn't matter whether your laws are fair, whether they are made because of like political, religious, or security or financial reasons. It's there, and as your lawmaker, member of parliament, congressman, or whatever, basically a lawmaker, someone that's responsible to add, remove, or change laws. Nothing you can do but follow them. Okay, so who needs to know about the gap? It depends. It depends because you only need to know as much and keep you safe from any liabilities or legal consequences. But also, like, the thing I have is that it depends on how much you do as a VTuber, how much content, different type of content you do. Which is like will make you exposed to even more different types of situations, legal liability, legal risks. If you were just playing games, then you just have to focus on what you're supposed to worry about, like be aware about when playing games, of your your obligations, how you can stream your game, record your games, the videos, edited videos. So, but if let's say you're not just playing games, you're also playing, recording, covering music, another whole section of it. If that is something you're all focusing on, and there's a different side of it, different legalities and stand about, even though they are technically or legally speaking the same category, copyright. But, different medium, there's all different, how do you say, procedures, I guess, things you need to be aware of. So yeah, it depends on how much you need to keep yourself from all the liability and legal consequences of the types of content. If you're making music, that's different. If you're playing games, that's different. If you're like doing reactionary video streams, different. What else? Hear me. Sick. You here?
Yeah, I'm not talking. Wait, look. This is how I sound right now.
Okay. Alright then. Yeah. Maybe, I don't know. Don't work. Anyways. Where was I? Yes. So it depends on what you do, and then playing games, music, maybe reactionary stuff. What else that can be? I guess it's also making merch in some sense. Writing as well. Oh, it's always off day. I don't know, man. Anyways, yeah. So yeah, of course there's art as well. Depending on what kind of art content you do, everything has a different matters you need to worry about. So that's why I've listed down here. Well, at least in the copyright section, different things and different categories, different types of content I have to be worried about. But yeah, there's also another thing I emphasize is that it's also good to understand why people don't. Good to understand why a lot of VTubers don't understand or care about like legalities of things. Mostly because like most people believe they know something. Most people believe they understand certain laws or concepts of the law, or the things that they are legally obliged to do. But it's all kind of like, my understanding, at least my experience, is people have been doing something for a long time and looking at someone else doing it as well, mostly like their peers, their seniors. Nothing is wrong with what they've done, so eventually, you know, it's like the practice is passed from generation to generation. So they like, you know, this person has been in this industry for like 5 years, 10 years. They've been doing the thing. You know, they haven't been sued or anything, so it means that it's fine, right? Even though that person might not be like, probably not a lawyer or anything. It's just like they are just in the same industry. And there's also another thing with VTubers, specifically VTubers, is those have become more inspired to become a VTuber because they've seen on social media or like on Twitch or whatever people being VTubers, just like doing this, doing that kind of content, what kind of content. And I want to be a VTuber myself. It seems easy enough. Just play games and do whatever I want, right? So most a lot of independent VTubers, one thing they will do is try to mimic the public appearance, the public presentation of themselves as VTubers, and not really be concerned with like, can you actually do this? Do you need to get some sort of a permission, license, or whatever to do this first? Because a lot of the quote unquote big VTubers, corporate VTubers, they don't talk about how they manage to get sponsorship, how they manage to play this game, or how they manage to do this covered song or whatever. All this like legal stuff is managed by their company. They themselves don't have to really be mindful of it. Like unless you are someone there's like a actual professional company or manager doing all this legal work for you, you shouldn't be expecting that and totally ignore it entirely. And it's like, yeah, I'll just have fun playing games and watching videos and stuff on streams or like on my upload on my YouTube channel. So that's that as well. I believe where people are being VTubers know how to be VTubers purely by mimicry, purely by imitation. Yeah, as long as I am able to make my setup to be able to play games or be able to make quality music or video, whatever it is, then it's their focus. And wouldn't really be concerned with the legality of things because it's like they're not shown about that. And perhaps because they are not shown about that, you don't really see it important. And like that's always when you see when drama or like when shit hits the fan, there's a lot of people make complaints of like this company or whatever, this copyright owner is suing me, how unfair, he hasn't done this to anyone else but me, so has a vendetta against me or something. It's like one thing for certain is like if you know about legalities about all this stuff, you'll make a less of a fool of yourself at the very least. When something like this happens, I didn't really put anything here. Maybe I put it in public relations, but if you're involved in some sort of a legal dispute, number one thing is don't complain about it in the social media and trying to like garner, how do you say, support on your side. That doesn't matter. That it's high likelihood will make your situation even worse because you're not because whatever you say out there in the social media, it's just ammo for your whoever is like taking legal actions against you. What you could, whatever you're trying to say to like justify yourself could be used against you. Might be might have accidentally admitted to something you shouldn't be admitting to, and like, hey, making an easy job for the other person. to you even further. Make it convenient as well, perhaps. So that's that. There's something that people really don't understand how to deal with when it comes to like legal disputes, legal actions taken against you. Is like a lot of times, like number one thing people think they should do is like post it on social media, tell people that they are being sued or they are getting copyright strike or whatever, and then make trying to viral it, so in the hopes that the public court will make it to garner support from the public court, quote unquote public court, and pressure whoever is trying to sue you to back down somehow, because if not, their reputation will be exposed or like deteriorated, which most likely isn't the case. A lot of times, many I would say only the exceptions is like, yeah, when you like post up, make something viral, it goes your way. I would say that those circumstances would be very situational. It's like very obvious, like, yeah, this person like trying to sue you is literally trying to make your life worse. There's no legitimacy over what you do. But of course, again, we don't know the entire story behind why these people would are successful, in trying to garner public support or whatever. It could be, again, this is the number one thing that people should do. They are encountering some sort of legal dispute, is to hire a lawyer. There's nothing about it, because by that time, like as I always said, it's kind of too late. It's kind of too late when you have to reach that point, but you still have to do it. You still have to hire a lawyer, whatever it is. I'm not saying like, yeah, at that point don't hire a lawyer because you're already dead or anything. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it could have been better if you knew better, if you did something beforehand. But yes, like, let's just say the worst situation has happened and you have to hire a lawyer. That's a good thing. It's still a good thing, because your lawyer will tell you what the hell you shouldn't say and should say online after everything has happened. Because like lawyers will know, there are things that you shouldn't say, but there are things that if you say, might help. If your purpose is to like garner public support or whatever, lawyers might have an idea of how you want to say it in a way that doesn't jeopardize your case, but also at the same time make it clear what's happening in the situation, and perhaps like maybe it is like not a good way of saying it, but it is how it is. Twist the facts perhaps, or interpret it differently, so that like it paints the other person as well on a bad light. But that's the thing, that's only will most likely be something you're able to achieve if you get a lawyer, and if the lawyer tells you to do that. If your lawyer doesn't tell you to do that and just keep your mouth shut about this, let's do that. Amount of times, I don't know, there are popular examples of like I don't know, content creators doing things exactly the opposite of their lawyers who told them. I think the prime example is that ukulele girl. I don't know, like the girl that is like apologizing through a song, and then literally one of her lyrics is like, my lawyer told me not to say this or do this, but I don't care or something. It's like, okay, a good thing you say that, because the lawyers would be like, they wouldn't be like, oh yeah, I mean, a lot of times like clients will blame the lawyer instead of like, oh yeah, it's the lawyer's fault, they told me to say this. But this time it's like, for this example, the client herself is just It's not the lawyer's fault. It's my own fault. I'm not listening to them. But yes. So yes. Main point is, if you really want to talk about it in public, ask your lawyer first. Ask your lawyer if you can't say whatever you want to say. Right? That is, I feel like it's only a very new thing as well. This sort of like posting on public to get clout or legal proceedings for a case that an ongoing case they are facing. It's just that a lot of these days, a lot of content creators see everything as content. Everything is content, even their own personal life, even if it's like a very serious matter. As long as they think they can turn it into some sort of a content, sensationalize it, viral it, will do it, regardless of like regardless of like legal repercussions of doing it. It's, I don't know how to like say whether it's like because of immaturity. I feel I think I want to lean into it's more that society kind of shaped how younger people are, and just even if you're not a actual content creator or whatever, a lot of people's response to either danger or risky situations is to first record whatever is happening, and they are not really taught or educated about like why they have to do it, what's the importance, or when you have to do it, of like sharing this kind of like videos of your conversations or your opinions online. Like, nobody told I'm just saying, because like nobody told me how to surf the internet. Nobody told me how to be careful where to go, like be exposed to whatever videos or sites, forums, or whatever that might be dangerous. It's all really, I would say, trial and error, so to speak. Like if you are in the internet long enough, find a bunch of people talking about things that might be dangerous, things that might be useful, convenient, and like told the reasons behind why of everything. Now you don't believe in our internet now is very much driven by desire, driven by entertainment, and my understanding, educational stuff isn't entertaining, isn't something the algorithm picks up as something you should be exposed to. So, and besides that, we do now go to often literally the entertainment platforms, not really the educational platforms. So, I don't think people go to the wiki pages for fun to learn stuff. I think I did that quite a lot when I was younger. So those are the things they learn are now in all these short form videos, which is may maximize, like optimize to for entertainment purposes and to encourage other people to make content as well. So like even if a video is like for educational purpose, but it's made in a way so very short, very summarized, and in a very attention seeking. Well, not attention seeking. Attention attracting type of content. That's the focus. Is to like, yeah, the video is making it crazy, make it wacky or funny. That's all there is. Yeah, there's not much of like behind the scenes of making content, like the risks behind making content, the importance of like knowing about misinformation, the possible misinformation of like from all this kind of content, and the purpose of behind of all this like content. That we're never really told about like the possible negative, the possible malicious intent behind making all this viral video, viral content. So point being that in the end makes a lot of people think that making content, getting views, getting your content monetized or sponsored is the ultimate goal. Getting money from your content is the ultimate goal, and it doesn't matter how you come about it, the process, the how you made your content. It doesn't matter as long as people get to watch it and then it makes money. You make money out of it. Fine. There's no such thing as like what I'm doing now. No such thing as like talking about ethics behind making content, the legalities of making content. It's so when people are faced with consequences, ethical consequences or legal consequences, they don't feel like it's something they should be taken serious about, but also at the same time know how to do with it. And the only way they know how to do with the consequences is making more content out of it. So it's like, your life's gonna get worse now. You might be charged with like criminal offense or whatever. No, this is even a better time to make more content out of it. Especially like in my mind, the example I'm thinking of is like prank videos. The toxic people going around bullying people, pranking people. That's like prime example of like making content and not really caring about the consequences about it, because if there were consequences, it will just make more people to watch it. It'll be an entertaining content, exciting content for people to watch. It doesn't matter whether they don't really see any further in the future in terms of like what if they are like sentenced into jail, right? Or they like been fined a lot of money. Yeah, they never really consider that as like a possible consequence. It's because like people that have reached that stage, they have the money. They think they have the money, enough money or like enough connection to avoid consequences. So, and at the same time, like this is everything, every opportunity they face, it's just some sort of a content for them, video to be made about, to talk about, and hopefully viral, and then from there get more money from it. It's like a vicious cycle, and it's kind of thinking about it is like, unfortunately, this kind of stuff happens to a few people only, not everyone. So majority wise of like people consuming this kind of content means that most people would still think that this is fine, whatever type of content it is still content. And if it can make you famous, can make you money, all there is to it, regardless of whether it is wrong ethically, regardless it's illegal or criminal, doesn't matter. It's like people have done this, it's probably illegal, probably criminal, but they haven't been caught. They are still super famous or super rich. You know? It's a I don't yeah this kind of like definition of how society has become is very much the fact, very much reality. That a lot of like social circles, a lot of like the corporate world, a lot of the I don't know, industry, economy. It's like that now. Like, I feel like, especially in the online space, education is optional. Education is optional. Morality is optional. Legal education is optional. Science is optional. A lot of things, all this like knowledge, information is optional for you to live, and it kind of makes it worse for everyone, for every kind of space. It's just like continuously breeds this type of toxic environment, and like it becomes less and less of an importance to regulate it for companies or platforms, because of like this vicious cycle of everything is content, and it's practically making practically making money for a lot of people, a lot of these corporations. So there's no incentive for these companies, these platforms, to really do anything about it, or even the government, because a lot of our world, globally, is kind of very much influenced by all these mega corporations. What they think is right, what they think is wrong, and they have enough money to influence or affect the government, wherever the country is. So it's like in the end, money, wherever the money comes from, as long as it's not too bad, it doesn't have like as long as it doesn't have long-term consequence, I guess. Like, some people, of course, still in the higher ups, the governmental bodies, they can still, if they're smart, they can still see whether something is feasible, even though it's like exploitation of humans. You can see if something is feasible in the long run or not. Or eventually it will self-destruct if you continue to do something. It's like common example would be bribery, corruption. Corruption is the one thing that I believe always ends badly. Makes it worse for majority of people. Because it doesn't bring up a society. It only benefits a few people. And eventually, if a society's livelihood goes down and down and down, and if the citizens, the people, have like some sort of like breaking point, then there will be a point where it's not sustainable anymore. Either the country will get destroyed or the government will get destroyed. because of it, because of corruption. I don't think it's too much of a stretch to say that content creation has a big role in encouraging corruption. Is it corruption? It doesn't necessarily have to involve governments. Corruption can happen at small level, between friends, between family, between companies, whatever, right? So like, if every scale of society there's corruption, then yeah, it's like everyone's life will just keep getting worse. So I don't know, perhaps again, anecdotal experience, perhaps anecdotal evidence. There are a lot of things I say is based on my own observation and experience. Like, at the VTuber space, at the very least, level of VTuber space, there's a lot of corruption, a lot of like toxicity, a lot of unethical things happening, and even so, basically, in this space alone, what's the solution? Is there a solution to fight this sort of like malicious aura environment? Like, how many people are trying to make this space safe, or like trying to get people to become better, become more educated? Is there like a group effort, a community effort, perhaps, even to counter whatever all this like content madness where we're facing? Because like of course, like the biggest problem would be VTubers making content as like controversial. That's one thing. Or VTubers making the environment even more toxic because of like all this cancel culture of like have some sort of dispute between VTubers, and it becomes sensationalized, spiraled, because one of them or both of them are trying to smear each other's reputation by posting things that's supposed to be done privately settled, but not. Instead, they post it online so that they hopefully that their community or like the space of other VTubers would be on their side, and just like have this have this fight against each other. Or there's always all this like common thing is, which is like getting backstabbed by people, and then having all this conflict with each other. There seems to be a lot of this kind that gets shared around, or not really shared, more like promoted, encouraged for. It's like trying to show you that if this happens to you, you probably should do the same thing as well, kind of situation. There's no one talking about it, like the educational side of it, the taking precaution side of things. If this happens, what you should actually do, someone that might be of expert in socializing, an expert in legal stuff or whatever it is, can tell you like this is actually the proper way of like dealing this situation or that situation, and not Google docking people. or just like, yeah, airing out your personal issues with another person in the internet. It's because of like perhaps disagreement between a matter, a very small matter. But like, again, like, because a lot of it just becomes public, it's shared public. All this dispute, this toxicity is public. Mostly because like it's content. Again, they're technically content people like put out. Like it's like writing a fictional story of someone having an affair. Rather than like, yeah, it's fictional, it's fake, it's a story, but hey, we can we can bring up our own personal relationships that have like problems, put it out as content, and justify it as being, I'm just giving awareness to people about this person that they are cheating or whatever. Unless they are like actually killing people, encouraging violence, or doing something criminal, illegal. It's sort of like they are a bad person because they are having an affair, or like they are jealous of me, or like they are I don't know, maybe on an emotional level have hurt me, or ever some minor disagreement when playing games. It is how do you say, not so serious, not so important to tell people about it. What you're doing, if let's say you're trying to like accuse someone of this or that, it's just basically trying to paint you as a better person and paint that person as not as a good person. It's doing something so wrong that they have to be called out on. But rather, yeah, like in actuality, the things that was done wrong wasn't that important and wasn't that serious, and makes you, the person that's like sharing all this stuff, just seems petty and trying to hurt the person even more rather than trying to resolve the situation. I don't know. It's difficult to find actually find people that other content creators trying to do something about it. I don't know. Those people, from my understanding, the ones that do try to educate people aren't really focus on it, really. I guess, difficult? I don't know. Is it difficult to tell people, educate people what's right and what's wrong? Like, even just like disregarding about the laws, of course. Yeah, not everyone's a lawyer, but morality, I guess. Is it difficult to teach with morality? In some sense, yeah, I guess, but if we're assuming, we're making the assumption that no one is qualified to teach about like what's right and wrong, then who is qualified to teach it though? Right? No, unless I guess you go to college or university and study ethics and stuff. And you're just like trying, you're hoping, or like only try in our society, only people that is qualified to teach about like ethics is ones that have studied about ethics. It's kind of also, it's kind of implying that most people don't care about ethics, don't care about morality. And it's especially true, because I have talked about this. It's like in our educational system, in our middle school, high school, whatever, college, we don't really teach children, teach students about right and wrong. At least in Malaysia, we, even though we have like moral subject for non-Muslims, Muslims is the religious teachings. It's really useless. The subject, unfortunately, is not really put much importance into, even though that's like the one thing that potentially can help with like reducing a lot of the harm in the world, perhaps, if we were taught the importance, the reasons behind doing something right or wrong, rather than it's just if you don't do it, if you don't comply, and there will be punishment. Punishment doesn't really help people understand what they've done wrong. It's more there are people who don't understand, would view punishment as some sort of a game, something to avoid, like in a game, rather than I'm not gonna do this because it actually will bring up people's happiness or safetyness. I don't know. Of their lives or of the society, rather than like, I'm not gonna do this because I might be caught and get imprisoned in a prison. Right now, it's more like education writing wasn't done right in primary school. My dad's not. We shouldn't have been. Yes, I mean, our educational, probably a lot of different problem when it comes to teaching ethics. I mean, even the moral subject itself is optional to be passed. Although it's already easy to pass, it's optional. You don't have to pass an examination on moral subject. So it's like kinda telling people being a good person isn't necessary, and you don't really have to know too much to be a good person, like understand enough to be a good person, and just like base it off on personal experience. That means much worse. I don't know about the teachers, unfortunately. You say so, yeah. So I get like back to the point of like VTubers. It's not. I mean, there used to be. I used to believe that there are content creators, there are VTubers who wants to focus on trying to educate people to become better, ethics and whatever. But what I've come to realize is that most people, especially when I like first or second year of VTubing, I've been exposed to a lot of like people that are supposed to be, I think they refer to themselves as VTuber supporters. Those are like the most common examples and most likely examples to be not a good person. because it's like they're trying to support other people, but they lack a core principle of some sort. They lack core ethics. So VTuber supporters, their primary goal is to help, you know, other VTubers, other content creators to have the same level of exposure or whatever in the space, so that, you know, their content is recognized, their talents are recognized. So it's a good thing. But the problem with them is that there's no boundary as to who they promote and what they promote. So there was a lot of drama behind it, behind all kinds of VTuber supporters, mainly because like they promoted a lot of people that is not good. There were a lot of people that made content or just in general had like a very bad personality, and a lot of times the people they promoted were people that they were close to, they were friends. So the thing they don't do when someone's like being exposed to being accused of bad behavior is actually do their own investigation, make their own conclusion out of it, like without bias. A lot of times what they did was double down and saying that, you know, they can't be that bad. My friend or whatever. I say I learned anything from school, I just ask myself. If the answer is no, then it's not a thing. I mean, that's the thing with this sort of like self education or self morality thing. You can it's a simple thing, honestly. I don't know why people cannot figure it. There's supposed to be, people believe that there's some sort of general right or wrong, common sense thing that you should do and shouldn't do. But in reality, it gets complicated by family. I would say primarily by family. And it gets even more complicated when children or people are exposed to the wider society without any sort of like parental guidance, right? You might have learned things here and there about like what's good, what's bad, but your family, your friend, and then things that you expose online will affect you, how you see the world and how you behave. And without an actual guidance of some sort, could veer here and there to a lot of different kinds of paths. My parents are teachers. Yeah, so imagine if your parents were super toxic, very racist, very sexist, or whatever it is. Like they have really opinions that are like very harmful to specific groups of people, and you've been taught why that's actually a good mindset, why it's actually good to discriminate people, right? So you have a warped sense of morality just from your family, right? If you are not really a person that is critical about all this stuff, they don't have some bad thoughts like that. I mean, if you so happen to, you meet the right person, get exposed to the right information, and you learn that this is not right, this is blah 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 blah. But what happens if you get into the wrong crowd of people. Get into wrong social circle, social group of people. You just met more racist people in your life, and you believe that, yeah, this is the way it should be. There are groups of people that are inferior, or just by how they are, how they identify themselves, how they look, they are supposed to be inferior, or evil, or bad. You know, and of course, there is religion. Yeah, it depends on when you're young, what you're exposed to. Children has no concept of, has a very limited concept of what is right and wrong until they have been taught about it. Bullying parents will help a lot with it. It could go different ways. I would say getting bullied, you might become the bully instead. Do this. Yeah. It's in reality, I see that I hear people trying. I don't know. You know what I mean? If you had a gun, if you had a gun, never. When you say you're weak, so if you're not weak. Anyways, yeah, it's really a matter of there's no moderation, or there's no regulation in terms of how to bring up a children in the aspect of being a good person. It's not an offense to teach your children to be racist. It's not an offense to teach your children to be a bully. It's not an offense to teach your children to dislike a person purely of superficial characteristics. There's nothing wrong to the point being, there's nothing wrong to teach your children to be evil. So, when you say it out loud, it's kind of effed up, but that's how it is. There's no control over guidance over how you should bring up your own child. So indeed, the society's expectation of all parents generally should teach their children to be good, but has anyone taught the parents how to be good people in the first place? Did their parents teach them about it, or their parents teach them how to be good people? How do we gauge? How do we, as an estimation of are they good enough to teach their children to be good people, kind, compassionate, and all that? Nothing. We don't have anything like that in our entire Earth planet. It's nothing like that. I wish there was something like that, but it's even worse now. It's more apparent now because of internet, online space. There's even less incentive to teach someone to be good, about having manners, about being polite, understanding, accepting, compromising, compassionate, empathetic, sympathetic, to be what else? Accepting, tolerating. Just in general, all this stuff. People take for granted. A good person is being taken for granted. Okay? Everyone just kind of hopes that everyone else is not an asshole, or not as much as an asshole that they can tolerate, and just deal with it, and just like let it fester in the society. So, yeah. Oh, super tangent. Wait a moment. I need to BRB for a bit. I'll be back. Gotta do something. I'll be back very soon. BRB. Lawyer that is also a VTuber. Well, now you have. Hi, I'm Jake Light, and I'm a former legal practitioner from Malaysia turned full-time content creator. Have legal questions you want to ask? I'm here to help and answer them. Want to see a lawyer play all sorts of games? Action, horror, romance, you name it, I'll play it. Did I mention I draw things as well? At very reasonable prices, commission me for anything you want. There's a whole lot more things I do, but what are you waiting? Start watching my videos and streams and see for yourself. If you like what I do, why not subscribe or follow so you don't miss a thing? Remember, stay hopeful, but be critical. Jake Light and all the official representatives of this channel are only providing content for educational and entertainment purposes. Relying or interacting with any of the content made is at your discretion and will not create any client-lawyer relationships. We encourage you to seek qualified professional assistance if you are facing any legal problems. Does this seem familiar?
I was streaming Managed Democracy until my friend leaked out my stash of Terminated drawings. Sweet liberty, my fans!
Are you currently experiencing this? I played that vampire game despite my human slaves telling me not to. Now my life is at stake. Or maybe you saw this happening to someone. I commissioned an artist for a new model, but he sold it to someone else instead. Hey, wait a minute. Hi, I'm Jake Light, VTuber lawyer at your service. Did you know you have rights and tools to avoid the above situations? The terms of service and community guidelines says you do. I believe every cat, bunny, demon, elf, robot, dragon, and undescribable entity can protect themselves. And that's why I'm here for you, VTubers. Don't hesitate anymore and follow or subscribe now. Remember, stay hopeful, but be critical. Jake Light and all the official representatives of this channel are only providing content for the education and entertainment purposes. Relying on interacting with any of the content made is at your own discretion and will not create any client-lawyer relationships. We encourage you to seek qualified professional assistance if you are facing any legal problems. Hello, Jake Light here, gaming lawyer at your service. So to make this introduction short, so we can get to the gist of the video, I've been playing Elden Ring regularly since around May 2023. Though I'm not new to the Soulsborne genre, I've fallen in love with this game for its gameplay as well as its method of storytelling. It got me thinking for a serious amount of time though, on a very niche topic. Are there laws people have to follow in the lands between? What are actions considered legal or ethical in this world? I sadly couldn't find a concise video talking about it. So naturally, I decided to take up the challenge to gather and compile all the facts that can be backed up with some form of evidence supporting them. This may be a start of a small series depending on your interests. So if you'd like to see more, do consider telling me your thoughts down in the comments, as well as like and subscribe to the channel. Do be warned, what I'm about to share are potentially major spoilers for the game's various stories. Even though they might just be my educated guesses, a lot of them are inferred from information you can get from dialogues, item descriptions, and environmental clues in the game. As the title of this video says, we are going to list out what the typical residents under the Golden Order can and can't do under religious and philosophical beliefs. I won't get into explaining too much, but it is believed that the Order was founded by Goddess Marika through sheer force and ability to change the rules of life and death for the world. She was able to conquer the entire lands between and make her own societal system for those who live in it. I do want to point out that the Order I'm referring to is before the events of the game, where the shattering and assassination of Godwyn had not happened yet. So the Order was still stable and had functioning governmental authorities. According to the item description in Guilty Hood, which if a person is accused of lesser crimes, will have to wear this hood with collar of sharpened branches. It's related to the Golden Order for several reasons. It can be found in the capital city of Lindale and can be purchased from a nomadic merchant in Mount Gelmir, which are places the Order had governance over. The hood itself seems to have a faded symbol around the chest area, and the closest symbol I could find to be similar is actually on another clothing, the Confessors. If you wear them both together, you can easily compare them. The Confessors are said to be the loyal servants of the Two Fingers that hunt down and quietly dispose of their enemies. Since the Two Fingers are part of the Order, as they are the vassals of the Greater Will, this could also support the notion that the Guilty Hoods were a punishment created by them. As to what sort of lesser crimes the Order would make the accused wear these painful looking pieces of fashion, we have no idea. We can only say what it is not with other specified criminal offences, which we will get into shortly, but it isn't much to begin with. To take into consideration that the hoods are worn when people are just accused of lesser crimes, there may be further punishments sentenced once they have been convicted. This is somewhat shown by the existence of people wearing said hoods were also found crucified in Limgrave, another region which the Order had control over. Though, on the contrary, it can be argued that these crucifixions were punishments enacted by Godric, a self-proclaimed lord of the region, as he was ousted from the Order long ago and may have no relation whatsoever. This forbidden act by the Golden Order is actually a bit tricky to figure out, but probably overlooked by many that aren't looking at every piece of lore the game offers, especially the descriptions for the starting classes. Via the descriptions of the Prophet class and their armor set, it is said that if a person prophesies misfortune, it can get a person persecuted and exiled from their home. This in itself may not indicate that the prophecies refer to the Golden Order and could just be a general superstition for those who live in the lands between or outside of it, but with the incantation that you can also get from the class, called Catch Flame, which the description says, the flame of ruin is anathema to the Earth Tree, but prophets sometimes glimpse it within the faith all the same. Sadly, when this occurs, their sole reward is banishment. For those who don't know, the practice of fire incantations are highly frowned upon by the Order, as the flame of ruin referred here is a source of fire that comes from an outer god called the Fel. I am here to my car, drive a car. Yeah, family want to go out early. Family forgot to get the police report. I think they left it at the station. Now they're going there again. Who else? Anyways, where was talking about legality. Right, so back to this one. Who needs to know about the legalities? So it depends. And yes, one common misconception believed by people is that there is no point in knowing about laws due to the lack of financial ability to fight a case, but in reality, you're more likely to be threatened or lied into submission, other than the opposing party has a legitimate case against you. You know your legal rights and duties of your action, if you know. I would say unless. Yes. Basically, yeah, like a lot of people think that, no, I don't have money. Why do I need to know about laws and stuff? So when people do sue me, I'm just gonna be dead. But it's more than that. It's not giving your the other party a reason for you to be sued at all, and also at the same time not be lied to, you know, threatened by like of legal proceedings against you just because, yeah, something might have done something wrong. So that's that. point is not about knowing, not having money to fight, but to prevent the case from even happening. Because we are saying the consequences are more clear when one fails to comply with the law, which can be as light as just receiving a warning, something more severe as being charged for a criminal offense. So yes, very clear cut. What do you if you don't comply with legalities? In comparison to public relations, the consequence for having bad PR might be just financial downfall, but otherwise you are not legally forced to act in a certain way, but merely encouraged. I have explained this basically. In terms of public relations, maintaining a reputation, your only practical consequence is perhaps, and it's very big perhaps, is that less people might be watching you, less sponsorship, less, whatever, everything that is you're supposed to get your income from people, maybe less. Then, it's not a certainty necessary. If you did something to make your reputation worse, then there will be actual consequences. Sometimes there isn't, sometimes there is. Right. Examples who need, but like legalities. There's some examples I can think of. Generally, everyone should have know about something about laws and stuff. VTubers that often interact with other people in private spaces for reason. VTubers that stream publish content in any online platform or in real life. VTubers that take on commissions that involve creative works. VTubers that are making content under the management of an agency or manager. VTubers that have agreed or want to agree to any contractual terms. VTubers that may be easily tricked or exploited by others. So, I give all these examples, but technically what I'm saying is everyone should have some knowledge. I don't think there's an exception. Like someone can completely have no idea about legal stuff and be fine and still be fine. Right? Even if you really want to just focus on a very niche thing. Of course, like I don't know if I mentioned it over here, but yeah, a lot of VTubers don't really care about this kind of stuff. It's also because mainly doing it as a hobby, and it doesn't matter if they're like channel suspended or whatever. It probably would be like, I don't really have a community or don't really see this as a career path. As well, just either quit or make another account. So, I guess for those people, you don't have to. You don't have to learn about any of this stuff. Anyways, how do you educate yourself on the relevant legalities? Laws that governs the types of content or activity VTubers make or partake might be too complex or vast to understand everything I've included. But knowing the practical basics, such as what precautions, remedies, or appeals is available for you personally, which is the main focus of this guide, to make it easy to find the right path to a solution. Of course, it is always best to seek out professional legal help. It can be commonly a lawyer, but people in labor departments, human rights groups, or experts in a specific industry market can help as well. So, like this is not. I would say it's enough for like a general understanding of what to be careful of, to be aware of when you're making content. But if you want to like have really specific technical information or information that's related to your own content, maybe there's like certain facts that you want to clarify, be certain about, and it's this is not gonna help you. You most likely have to find someone, inform them of your entire situation, of all the facts that concerns you, the legal stuff. But yeah, I don't think I've written much in terms of like courses, but anything like that. Mainly because the purpose of this guide is just to have people understand concepts. It doesn't like specify a certain country's law or acts, the regulations, or whatever the specific sources came from, or to make this guide. It's not what's important. I mean, if I would say it is more for understanding rather than to actually educate people about the law. I understand a lot of people care about that, like, oh, which law this came from, well, what law they came from, and it's not necessary, I would say, for me to legitimize what I'm informing people, because it's very general. It's like just trying to apply the practicality of the knowledge into what's relevant for content creators, VTubers. Look over here in the copyright section, to simply explain what's copyright in a very general way, of course with a dictionary definition: legal right to control the production and selling of a book, play, film, photograph, or piece of music. For VTubers or content creators in general, legal rights exist as soon as some type of creative work is made, regardless if it's by you or someone else. Yeah, this is a very general, basic thing to know, is that whatever you make, whether it's a song, whether it's a story, written story, video, art, or commentary over something, over a game, they're all considered creative works. It's just that, whether they are something that you have the deciding factor. The deciding factor is whether or not all these things, do you have or do you own copyrights over. Yeah, determining what is considered creative works. People that own copyrights over these creative works have the legal authority to do anything with the works for personal or commercial use. But most importantly, it also allows them to prevent others from using their works without license or permission. This is a very dumbed down definition of like what you can do with copyrights. Right? There's like specific words used in specific laws and stuff, but that's not important. The important thing is that if you have this, and you don't really need to worry about anything, right? If you have the copyrights over creative work, then you don't have to worry about anything because you're the owner. You can do anything with it. Determining what is considered creative work should be in accordance with copyright laws of a country, usually the United States of America, since most VTubers stream or publish content through platforms owned by companies that have established in the US. But for the common people's understanding, creative works are anything that can be viewed as artistic creation. Examples of creative works that you should be familiar with are as follow: VTuber models, 2D, 3D model, B-Roy, PNG tuber, physical or digital art, profile pictures, portraits, banners, emotes for streams or social media platform, Twitch, Discord, art assets, stream layouts, alerts, games, digital or tabletop based, music, original, mixed or covered, published content, Twitch VODs, YouTube videos, short clips, podcasts, Or, and last but not least, I think, written works, fictional, non-fictional stories, poetry, scripts, guides, whatever, whatever it is that you pump out as a VTuber or interacts with, they're most likely a creative work. Do note that copyright is just one type of intellectual property. I won't be covering the other since the majority of VTubers would rarely, if not ever, use or encounter them. Yes, it's only one type of a few intellectual properties, copyright. The others are, I believe, trademark, patents. What else? I forgot. But yeah, like the others aren't really relevant for VTubers. At most, it might be trademark. If you start to have your own company and producing your own products. Until then, no, you don't really touch on trademarks even. Most likely it's just intellectual properties. Sorry, most likely it's just copyright stuff. Who owns the copyright of a creative work? Good question. Who owns it? As a general rule, the person who made it first, and it being an original work, owns the copyright for it. So this is also, again, a very simplification of it, but basically, if no one else has ever made this thing that you worked on, and only you have worked on it, okay, so generally speaking, you own the copyrights for it. It only gets more complicated if it involves more than one person. It does get complicated if there are more than one person working on an artistic project, such as a live 2D model might have 3 separate people contributing to its completion. A VTuber, the person with the original ideas and designs for the VTuber model. That could be a possibility, although I understand some people don't design their own VTuber models, but sometimes, I would say not sometimes, most people, if they approach someone else to make the VTuber model for them, the artist, which is the second one, will usually ask the VTuber, like, what do you want me to make? The designs, like the specifics. Maybe there's like a rough draft even. The person with artistic skills to manifest the VTuber's concept into actual art. Then perhaps there could be another third person, although it sometimes is the same, which is the rigger, the same person as the artist, the person that's tasked to rig and animate the pieces created by the artist. All 3 of these people contributed to the VTuber model. Who's to say who owns the copyright then? So another good question, which is hopefully you have a contract with each other to tell you otherwise, because if not, it's complicated. It's gonna be complicated. It has to be, because as far as I remember, the statutes, at least the US statutes, don't mention don't determine this. It is determined by case law. So depending on whether there has been someone, it would be best if there's a case specifically talking about VTuber models. But now you have to look at something similar to the facts here then. Something like an art piece that has similar process of being completed by multiple people. And then from there, you see how the judge determines who owns the copyright. Usually, if there is no contract between them, or the contract is vague and doesn't really tell, then it depends on how much each of them has contributed. So it's subjective. It depends on case by case basis when there's multiple people. If you have a contract, it tells you what this person can do with the completed work, what this person can do with the blah blah blah, then all will be well. Everyone will be able to know who has what rights over uh, the VTuber model. So standard wise, the standard thing would be that the VTuber themselves have all the copyrights. The artist slash the rigger might have some rights, which is probably purely like credits, like they are credited as the person who has made it, that they have to like tell people that this is partially made by the artist, partially made by the rigger, something like that. It has to be some sort of credit. Usually the artist or the rigger can't use the VTuber model itself for anything. Perhaps for like promotion, yes, but not to be used like to do streams or whatever. And yeah, but they probably will things they will only hold like licenses to speak. The VTuber, my assumption would be like in the contract, the terms will say something like the VTuber owns all the copyrights, licenses it out to the artist, the rigger, for the purposes of promoting their business or whatever. And probably there's additional conditions, all that. Each other, that's just the very basic of it, which I will get further into it in their own section, which I have said. This is just an example of what possibly could mean that there, if there were more than 3 people, if there were more than 2 people, possibly could own the copyrights. Of course, it's also possible, but very rarely, that 2 people will own copyrights, at least in the VTuber sense. 2 people owning the copyrights to a VTuber model. It's very rare, and I don't know why you would want to have that be the case. This is like for very specific reasons. So there's that, and yeah. So if you don't have copyright, what can you do? What do you do? If you don't own the copyrights, very easy. Get something called a license, permission from the individual or company that has ownership. The end. Easy, right? Well, this is the part where most people ignore. Most people ignore that. Yeah, nobody would. I rarely hear anyone has ever gotten a license for something they don't own. But there have been people who approached me in the past, send me DMs talking about like to get licenses. Not to say everyone, but yeah, there are some people who are actually, worried, concerned about this kind of stuff. I believe it was someone that wanted to make music, a cover song, and they asked me, how do I get a license? I actually got a license. Just did that. So yeah. Very simple. How you get it, that's another question. It depends on what we're talking about here, what kind of like content, a creative work you want to get license of, and what you want to do with them. That's also another thing. What this license can do is what has been agreed upon between you and the copyright owner, and it differs depending on the type of creative work we are talking about, which I will only get into specifics in our respective sections. Yes, so more often than not, licenses are something that you have to pay for, either one-time payment or some sort of like monthly subscription thing I have to do. Usually, from my understanding, music is one of the things that you might have both. From what I have done, with my research on music, because I wanted to see where I can get legitimate sources of background music for my videos. So that's actually a lot of sites, a lot of companies that provide licensed music, as long as you pay. Some even are free, but the ones that are free, you need to be careful. You need to read their terms and conditions, what they mean by free. Also, the one thing you should really avoid is the YouTube videos or Spotify music that has this sort of like stupid playlist, or just like says in their description, copyright free music, yes, you can use this anywhere, and then nothing else says. Yeah, sure, this is totally how licenses work. As far as I can say, it's not a guarantee, it's not safe to use music that just says they are copyright free, because you really need to know the origins of the music, where it came from, who made it, and not just like, oh, so some random YouTube channel uploaded this music and name it, like described it as copyright free music, then yeah, you can use it. Then yeah, it's a lot of times it's difficult to tell whether this was actually their own work or not, because yeah, it's not really easy to find that out, verify that. It's one thing. I can tell you for sure, YouTube videos are not the ones where you find copyright free music and just play it for your streams or download it for your videos. One I have, I guess I always have been using, Fesliyan Studios. Very, very cheap, or like almost free, because like literally free, I would say. Because you just need to donate any amount of money, and then they will just like give you their entire library of sound effects and music. It's like, this is like, that's very kind of them. I knew for sure they were like the author, because like I had to email them to like get the license, like some sort of a license code, or like license manually permit me to use their music on YouTube. Because if you don't get this permission license and use their music, they have apparently registered with YouTube's ID system. If YouTube detects that you are using their studio's music, they will copyright claim you, whatever it is they do. So yeah, that's one way to find out whether someone's legitimate, whether someone actually has the right to give out licenses. So not necessarily, I would say, I think I have to add this, or is a license to, there's a lot of like music composers, they usually assign this right to license to other people, to a company. They have their copyrights managed by the company. So even if the company doesn't actually own copyrights, they have been licensed out been tasked to do this, to like generate royalty income or whatever from licensing I guess you can say sub-licensing out to other people. So yeah, so what this license can be done, what you can do with it, depends on what kind of content and what has been agreed on. Usually it will tell the most basic things whether you can use it for personal or commercial use. And of course, commercial use is not a catch-all phrase. A good contract would still have to specify what commercial purposes mean. Right? But of course, the most important thing here, well, the most likely thing that everyone has committed to a certain extent, is copyright infringement. If you don't own or have any legal rights to use a creative work but still choose to, you are committing an illegal act called copyright infringement. So I don't know, I think I have to clarify again, I guess, remind people that there's a difference between doing something illegal and doing something criminal. Copyright infringement isn't criminal, it's a civil wrong. Basically, this is something it's very similar to breaching a contract. Breaching contract is like a civil wrong. So if you did something that your contract tells you didn't tell you to do, and you did it anyways, so it's also considered an illegal act. Because, there's an entire law governing around contracts. So doing something that breach the contract law is illegal, but not necessarily criminal. Yeah, so illegal is illegal, criminal is criminal. A few things could be done against you depending on where, what, or when you use the creative work. Below are some examples. Copyright owner, a cease and desist notice for you to stop using a creative work. Initiate legal proceedings against you. 2. Prevent further use of the creative work. And or claim compensation, royalties from the use of the creative work. Or the copyright owner specifically. This is again a very general. Someone that represents the copyright owner can also do this. But yeah, usually they themselves can issue a notice for you to, like, don't do this, or give me money if you want to do this. And if you don't listen, they'll start legal proceedings, filing documents with the court, and force you to do something. You have to pay them or stop you from doing the thing. This one, I would say, least likely to happen when it comes to like VTubers and content creation. What would mostly happen is depending on where you put up your content in. If you are putting your content in Twitch, it's more likely these are the things that happen. So you get automated audio muting parts of your channels, VODs, or published videos, copyright strike due to a DMCA notice filed by the copyright owner to Twitch, and with enough strikes, the channel will be permanently deleted. It goes for YouTube. YouTube has either manual or automatic copyright claim as well. Since you publish videos, that revenue generated from the video will be transferred to the copyright owner. So a little bit better YouTube, I guess, for copyright owners. I guess there are more options. Or again, you can mute your audio, audio of your videos. You can also copyright strike with a DMCA notice or by the copyright owner to YouTube. Now strikes, the channel can be permanently deleted. So yeah, in terms of like practice-wise, practicality-wise, most of the times when you encounter a copyright problem is between you and the platform you've used to upload your content. It goes well with any other social media platform. If someone actually tries to do it, but rarely in social media platforms, even on Twitter, Blue Sky, I've heard anything about people DMCAing whoever for like posting art or whatever that they don't own. So yeah, that's copyright infringement. But you know what people usually try to defend themselves? They, of course, are doing copyright infringement. They usually say that it's fair use. It's fair use that they gives them the right to use anything they have not gotten a permission or license from. So don't blindly rely on fair use. That's all I can say. It's a very common misconception and also a highly misused reason to commit copyright infringement. A few basic things about claiming fair use. Don't ever assume you have the right to fair use without being given legal advice by a lawyer first. Don't ever do that. Don't assume you know what fair use. Copyright owners or social media platforms cannot be legally forced to withdraw their claims or actions just because you declared fair use. It's not because there's no such thing as you say the magical word. Especially I see this like in their videos, in people's videos description, they will say like, I have the right to use this because of fair use, because of blah 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 reasons. This is used for the purposes of blah 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 blah. That's not how fair use is used to defend yourself. It doesn't work. There's no such thing as like, except for disclaimers, all right? No such thing as like, if you say this then you'll be out of like legal trouble. Like, oh, magically people won't sue you for copyright infringement because you say you first say you have fair use, right? So if you are claiming fair use, you're admitting that you have committed copyright infringement. So if you want to say you have fair use, ask your lawyer first if you can say that in public. If not, don't ever say that you have fair use anywhere in the online space other than in court. You know, other than yes, use something like you really just like, yeah, you have nothing else. You could have like, you could argue whatever, anything else to say that you didn't commit copyright infringement. But if you if let's say you only rely on fair use, practically saying that, yeah, I didn't get permission, I didn't get license to use whatever creative work I've been accused of using without license. So, and you're just like, if you mention this anywhere outside and your lawyer has tell you not to, you're just effing yourself up. Usual. Fair use only comes up as a defense when you are sued by a copyright owner and cannot prove that you have used their copyrighted work with permission. Yeah, you only do this if, let's say, any other defenses you have tried, it didn't work. And yeah, then yeah, it's basically, this is the only thing you can rely on. And a judge presiding over your copyright infringement case is the only person and has the final say as to whether you have a legitimate defense of fair use. There is no legal authority to confirm or certify that you have the right to fair use until it is actually brought up in the court. So yeah, like, no one except the judge can tell you whether you have fair use. Not even your lawyer. Your lawyer can advise you and tell you how likely you can use fair use. Your lawyer will never say something like, yes, you're guaranteed to have fair use. You can tell anyone that your fair use is 100% gonna work, gonna win you the case. There's no lawyer will say that. Only the judge, again, only the judge can do it. So yeah, the thing, yeah, that's like, I mean, if you are like, if your your next question might be like, then what am I hiring a lawyer for if they can't tell me for sure that fair use is going to work? Well, you hire a lawyer not because of that only one thing. You hire a lawyer for multiple things to help you with all the court procedure things, and also probably come up with another kind of defense against copyright infringement. Not necessarily just to rely on fair use. Yes, lawyers aren't here to tell you. I guess another misconception with lawyers is like, lawyers are not gonna tell you you're gonna win the case or anything like that. They will tell you that you have a high chance. As much as you would like to say lawyers are cunning or like lying, I think it is how we have to say things, not get ourselves into new positions. I would say by telling you that this is not guaranteed or whatever, is the lawyer being very honest with you? Is this whether or not you interpret it in a weird different way? Like the lawyer say like, yeah, you have a great chance of winning, and then you interpret it as, yes, I will definitely win. And that's wrong. It's a very wrong way to interpret that sentence. Anyways, the requirements to use fair use is not easy to fulfill, especially for your average content like VTubers. So my assumption is that most content creators, most VTubers absolutely haven't really like looked into the exact criteria for fair use. So don't just assume like, yeah, I'm doing this maybe for educational purposes, or that means I'm off the hook, or like them doing this like a news thing, so I should be fine, blah blah blah. No, don't assume anything. Ask a lawyer first. I mean, you can look at the criteria yourself. I'm not going to post it here because it's not the point. I'm not here to tell to educate you like, yeah, this is the criteria for fair use, so if it checks, then yeah, you have fair use. No, the point of this guide is not to tell you that, yeah, you have you do all these things, then you have fair use. If you really want to use fair use, you still have to go through a lawyer to like to gauge whether you have actually done everything required for fair use, or that if you need to do anything more. Can't determine this yourself. I can't say I can determine these things in myself. I'm just doing my best using my knowledge. But I accept the risks for not consulting another lawyer to tell me whether something is fair use. Of course, though, that's it. I don't really think of myself when I'm making content or whatever that I'm doing something in accordance to fair use. I'm just trying to do anything to avoid the thing that I do more than trying to fulfill fair use criteria is avoid using creative works that I don't own copyright to. That's pretty much it. That's how I approach in terms of like making content, is avoid as much as possible, rather than exposing you as much as possible with all kinds of content that you don't have the rights to use. Like again, at the end, I would say this. I would like to emphasize again that you should never claim you have the right to fair use without consulting a lawyer. There's both legal and reputational repercussions to declare so carelessly. Yeah. This is something comes up every now and then. But more often than not, yeah, people believe they can do this, make this because of fair use, or slash that they think because everyone else has been doing this and they have not been rude or whatever, it's safe to do it. Can't say which one's more likely, how people justify, but Both are bad. Either way. Yes. Under copyright, I probably will talk about generative AI content. Also talk about games, music, art, and what? Is it called? Alright, okay. Yeah, we can't talk about generated AI content, games, music, art, and React content as well in their own specific categories. Although probably not expand too much. Probably briefly explain each category, like what you should be careful of and all that in due time. Then there's another category, big second category compared to copyrights would be contracts and agreements. This is the next thing, the thing now I want to work on is to explain about contracts. The other thing that people are exposed to a lot, involved a lot, I don't care. Da-da. First off, contracts. It's down the actual parties that have agreed to. I guess I could put this like contracts, words, I guess. Contract. You interchangeably. Although most parties don't name them directly. Yeah, there's no D. Don't name them directly. That way, i.e., terms of service. Examples relevant to below. guidelines is a contract. I don't know. What else? Let me. The statement addresses the people. More really. Also has streamer green. About all this. Every day. So yeah, like any contracts, any legal document, say you probably have like read through all the words. They are not really different. They are in their base. They are contracts. Whether they are titled as terms of service, policy, community guidelines. In the end, it's basically a bunch of terms that both parties have to like follow, have to like comply with contractually. They are all contractual in nature. That's like base meaning of contracts. List of things that both people can and can't do, and it has, can say it only has this or like legal binding because of contract laws. Every country has this like sort of like base statute where it mentions like it defines what contracts are and what they are for and how you have what terms are provided inside and how to interpret. Sometimes also tells you how to interpret contracts as well, and if there's any rights of the people, of the parties. If like the contract was breached, what can you do? What are remedies? Perhaps there's a lot of it. How you determine whether there are agreements or there are contracts or not? Basically, if they list down anything that looks like obligations, responsibility, omissions, things that you don't. You have promised not to do, and then usually it has a list of consequences as well. If you don't do this, then this is what happens. But yeah, not necessarily makes it so then there's an agreement. But yeah, a contract is basically that, a legal document. Okay, be legally binding. Which contracts am I contractually obliged? Contracts are legally binding. I think that's good question, but also kind of very they're easy. I'll have to say it depends. It depends. Generally, if you have voluntarily and explicitly agreed a contract and comply terms and conditions. So that's it, yeah, that's just generally. Most times when, but it's different for internet. Generally, but VTuber contracts are legally binding the moment you have most contracts most contracts that are relevant, I guess, you know, which contracts or what contracts are maybe what is being contracts are legal. The most contracts from are made from unilaterally by platforms you have used for me or uploading videos legally. Was the moment you start using their services. Well, not really. The moment when you either, I guess that's either. When you either start services or created an account, platforms have agreed contracts related to the platform. Yeah, normally when it comes to contracts, the easiest sign is, or easier ways to tell whether you agree to it is find it. Of course, most agreements online can't really do that. Or do it in a way that's like efficient, right? Because there's such a thing as digital signature. I believe at the very least, either cases or laws have updated to say that it's like clicking on the check mark, the I agree button, once as sufficient enough to that you agree to the terms and conditions contracts, even though there's no way to prove that you are the one who click it. That sort of thing, I would say, really requires some knowledge that I can really say. But it's not really important. Stream Manager in the app, which mobile or app is better off just looking at the normal way to view streams, which is what I'm doing now with my own stream. And I haven't really saw that I got disconnected there. Whoever did the update for the Twitch mobile app, it sucked, man. Anyways, yeah. For example, the moment when you start watching, even if you don't have an account on Twitch, you can interact with the website to a certain extent, though not completely, without making an account. You are still bound by the terms and services, although very hard, very, very difficult to enforce anything against you. You don't have an account. There's not exactly a consequence of like it's just browsing through without anything. Of course, yeah, without an account you can't really do anything but just watch news, like no interactions at all. That's not a problem for the Twitch platform, for the company that Twitch or other YouTube, whatever. They are not really any different in terms of any online websites, any platform, all use this as a way to find you. Their terms of service, really. I guess simple enough happens if I don't buy comply with the terms of the contract. If there are terms in the contract follow, I guess this is a mouthful. Might as well just like write with your contract. Why? Whatever. Maybe you have contract will be liable any committee stated in the contract or from mentioned or in accordance contractual law contract laws contractual laws for VTubers. This usually means the suspension or removal of account platform. I don't think there's anything really too difficult to contracts. It's pretty basic. And could also be earning money, earning revenue platform. The other party could also monetize. I don't know. If you are earning revenue. Right? This Google Doc has been used to with. Not sure if that's good. Accordance with contract law. 2, like either 2 or with is fine. Else one. That's pretty straightforward. Like if let's say the next thing is ask, what should I do if I breach your contract? Effed. That's usually, I guess, if I have to. And after breaching contract. If you believe, I guess, if you believe in my other party, and us things civilly. Fire. I would say for oh yeah, I guess I kind of haven't considered places which should not the other party could have or for more personal contracts. Personal contract. Maybe I need to add more.
Thanks for following.
That scared me. Loud Jeeps? 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 Give it a follow. Welcome. Here, just making you a guide to ethics and legality. Right. And the best word this meaning about contracts or specifically for VTubers. Yeah, I'm feeling like I should only mean this for best way to put it there. think I have expanded. Contracts and agreements. Contracts are legal documents that lay down the contractual obligations between parties that have agreed to it. What contracts are legally binding to? Generally speaking, if you are voluntarily and explicitly agreed to a contract, then you are legally bound to comply with it. Yes, you know. So, there are contracts made unilaterally by other party, and most of the time you have agreed. Yeah. Okay. The moment you start using services created in management, or create an account management. You contracts made unilaterally by the other party. When you either start using services or create an account managed by them. Use your contract. If there are terms in the contract that you don't comply with, well, this basically means breach the terms of. You will be liable for any remedies stated in the contract or in accordance with contract laws. What to do after breaching a if there's some sort of mistake by the outfit, has to discuss things civilly with each other. But reach a compromise. Reaching a compromise. Otherwise, the best would be as consultant lawyer to say anything. To yourself. What to do? What if I Jacob if I breached a contract? Because yeah, if a breach of a contract happens, you didn't comply with something, doesn't necessarily mean that you're gonna get sued. More often than not, is if there is some means stated in the contract that doesn't have to require the courts to enforce it, and they can do it, legally speaking. Like for example, maybe there is some sort of a deposit. You have agreed to pay this other person deposit in exchange for, and if you fail to, comply at the end of your bargain, oh man, what's the word? Comply with whatever you're obliged to do, you're promised to do, and they can probably in the contract, it would say something like you can forfeit the deposit as a remedy to the breach of contract. That's a method that unnecessarily requires the court to enforce because you already have the money. Just keep it now. So that contracts are legally binding to me. Breach of contract. What if I breach of contract? What other question would be if I do not like a term in a contract? Kind of good question, also not really good question. Well, hopeless question, I guess. Something could be. If you believe that there is a term contract that seems unfair, then it's recommended you attempt to negotiate the term, negotiate to change the terms. That is if there is such an option available. For contracts, like contracts that is between contract that is unilateral contracts. Unilateral aid. Or your choice is to accept or disagree. Accept or reject. Accept or reject. Accept or reject. Raising complaint for a term, but still continuing to comply with other terms. Still implies you have oh yeah, read. Implies they have agreed to all the other terms. So implies that you have agreed to all other terms. All terms. Problem. Need to but yeah, like this is usually the case. And even if you don't like the terms of service, maybe switch or something, it can't do much other than you continue to use their service or you don't. Continue to use their service, agreeing to their terms. I'll be just like, oh, this doesn't comply to me because I don't like it. This does, yeah, I don't need to comply with this. I don't like it. No such thing as like you can choose the terms that you like and then continuing to use their services. Platform. Of course, like from my understanding, if it's something more personal, more physical, more direct, like if you were to if someone gave you a contract physically and there are terms that you don't like and you can possibly do something like striking out certain sentences, then signing the agreement. You can't do that. Although that's something I wouldn't recommend trying. Unless you're an actual lawyer. Because yes, so supposedly that document that you're like signing on is like an original one. There's no other duplicates. Or you do the same thing with the other duplicates and then you sign them. And if the other party is dumb and then just like don't care that you like cross it, it can mean that the other party has accepted your like proposal, your change to the amendment to the contract. I think they why is it something wrong? It's nothing weird, right? Fine. It's gonna be too late. What? Emote's cute. Nothing weird about it. Nothing sus. You want me to change it now? I can change it. I can unpost it. Bro, what you bro me? Didn't say anything. It's not. Oh, okay. You say it if you say so. Anyways. like the term, contained in a contract. If you believe that it is a term seems unfair, it's recommended that you attempt to negotiate the term and see if such an option is available. I should probably add this before you agree. If you believe there's a term in the contract that seems unfair, I recommend you to negotiate, change the term before you agree to it. Like, you know, you negotiate with me to change the picture before you agree to it. Yeah. Or visibility into further see, then you know, can't blame me then. Anyways, however, for unilaterally made contracts, the choice is to accept or reject raising a complaint for them, but still continue. The choice is any choices to I not raising a complaint but still continue. What? It still implies that you're the ones with a problem with. Yeah, I don't think I intrude and anything. The other party, yeah, the other party. It's like most like there will be no by big companies. There will be no room for this negotiate. The only choice, accept or reject. Is either accept or reject. Raising a complaint or a term, but still continue to comply with the with other terms, still implies that you have agreed terms, including the one you have a problem with. I guess also another good, how do I know? Fair or unfair. This depends on how knowledgeable experience regards to the depends on how knowledgeable or experienced in regards to activity. The activity okay. Then related to the contract or read requires that very certain things that you want from the other side, or avoid doing vice versa. I said you know what's important, I guess. I say you know and aware of the important thing. It requires that you know and be aware of the important things you want from the other party to provide you or what I'm doing. Vice versa. Yeah, base contracts doesn't have to be super complicated if we're talking about making your own contract. Yeah, I guess that's also waiting for a bit. Making a contract is that you know and be aware of the important things that you want the party to provide you or avoid doing, vice versa. We've said an expert who would know what kind want to have and should. And I probably will only explain this further, like respective actions. There's another question might be, and I may, or maybe I should. I'm If position, make a contract with an I would say yes. Yes. Position, country benefit. Yes. It's best to be able to put down make a contract with another person. You don't have to have with another person. But you contract. It does contract, yeah. Contract isn't necessary. You to put down will be legally binding. And put it, you can write. You can write the terms. However you, as long as doesn't need you to know the jargons. We need you to know legal jargons with the oh man, doesn't necessarily have jargons binding. Right terms how I can write. Would I recommend probably especially that said, if writing your strong suit or that the that the max okay or that the transaction stakes are much higher. That's like transaction will ensure amount of money processed all individual. Different stages. Best consult. It is not also takes some transaction involve a substantial amount of money, but the process is quite complex and individual stages. Yeah, then you probably should. So that is if it's the case. If that's the case, you're already at the point. A lot of things you need to be careful with. Once like this is not all VTubers, but actually when you reach to a certain stage, you're earning a lot of money. You probably need more people to help you with managing all the behind the scenes stuff. So it gets more complicated. Things are like at a larger scale, and might not be if let's say you don't have some if writing wasn't your strong suit, the knowledge is great, and there's always to like hire a lawyer and help you draft it. Actually, a lawyer that's like actually like, and they would not know what's if there are any hidden things that you were not aware of. They might be able to like add on, but I would say this is more like a advice for if let's say you would, I would say only times where you make a contract when the matter is very simple, something like this drafting your own art commission agreement, something very simple, anyone can try doing it. It's not really that complex. Make art, give art, give money, and the transactions done. Although that again, you can foresee people thinking that this is so simple. Why do I need it? Give me money, I make art, and it's all done. It's a little bit subtle things that people need to be. However, it's like time things go smoothly. It also still involves copyright stuff. It's something is put down. So without a contract, you're left with a lot of assumptions that you hope the other party is the same assumptions as you. I think track. Would I like to add another one? think even I would say, oh sure. Would I consider, stream rules or Discord rules and contracts? I'm very loosely, kind of loose, not exactly contracts. I didn't say they are contracts, but it's something good to have. Maybe I should add it in the public relations then, because it's more of a ethics thing, I believe, to have rules. Yeah, I think that would be good to be added. Another one here, I think under branding, probably. Things. Nice. I yeah, follow. Well, it's a yeah good place. Good direction. Good point. Starting point. Starting section. Location. Good place. And then find terms of they what kind of determine what kind of VTuber. Kind of VTuber. Kind of teacher. They are. They think. Oh. moderate, keep, please, safe. Although it's like very common, but I don't know if there are people who don't have rules in their streams or their Discord server. Right? I'm gonna start looking at this particular server. I think of course they don't have. And everyone cares about it. So they can. It's kind. And, you can like tell whether they care about it or not. If you don't have it, then it's very obvious. You care about it. It is not allowed. Good. Hammer. Unsavory. You know. Someone. It's not someone. Is someone. More. This is one. It's not only like a good way to filter the bots or whatever. It's also something good. Sign, a good sign, a green flag. Otherwise, not heavy. Is people wondering or have? to. Yeah. Drink. Avoid from doing technology. What the contract? What kind? Oh my god. I have time. I'm hungry. Anything. Anything. Maybe. Yeah, for me, I would say. The most like exhausting type would be, but just still important to video. The most important one. My my places like Twitch, YouTube. It's the suspension or patterns of views. Pushing the other particle on top. Also demonetize your channel. Elderly. Will involve reading. I wouldn't say I need. Yeah, I guess so. Point. Let's list out uniquely Twitter and Blue Sky platforms of upload. 2023. This is this one's what copyright. Unfortunately, I can't really explain this term by term. It's something that people have to read through it at same sense. Uba Musume has Fort. He's gonna collab with Fortnite. No. seems to be spiraling, talking about it. And the one that's be part of the Fortnite is not bootable on for some reason. Yeah. Good evening. Me is funny. Okay. Ugh. Those guys, your asset. Don't worry. I'm ready for it. places like I don't think I should explain. I will be watching. Really. Awesome. Really good. I have three on stream. What is and help go through to do a streams, but responsibility with yourself. It's usually it's just 2 documents. You don't have to complicate. Terms of service or the community guideline. Terms of service tells you using the platform. And for the community guidelines is when you're using the platform, behavior wise, ethics thing, the thing about ethics also probably involved morality. It's found inside community guidelines, specific on what encourage or don't encourage what content you can posting or should be posting. That's where you find out specifics. In the terms of service, they will in general in regards to content. That's pretty much it. Read important. For Twitch is special. Twitch apparently has separate agreement for monetization. I'll do action. You ask me if there's anything to because it's kind of subjective. Reading an agreement doesn't mean that you need everything terms and conditions. From the first section, first term to the last term. You need to know how to like search for the words that's important to you. Go through them. Maybe something like intellectual property is important to you. So yeah. That's like community guidelines. If talking about sensitive issues is important to you, or actually explicit content is important to you, then you have to do. I can't really say like this is more important than the other one, or this is more important. Not like that. Depends on what it is. Are you worried about the most? I feel like if you can't tell what your concerns is, should probably give more thought into. I feel like most people, at the very least, wants to. And would be, at the very least, interested. Some concerns about, and therefore have given a thought or two. Specific situation I want to be part in. Yeah, because in the end, unfortunately, for streaming video platforms like Twitch or YouTube, the terms are fixed, so I can't really. Yeah, this is unfair. So you can't change it. You can't negotiate. I don't like this, so I don't do that. I guess this one, YouTuber agent managers, somewhat similar, but better at least, really. I have never been part of a VTuber agency. I've been made a contract without a manager or seen a contract by this agency or something. So I can't really standard or not. But since they are not as big as streaming or video sharing platforms, at the very least I can say that their contract will be something that you can't negotiate. The type of man. Negotiation. Be things to learn about are should I talk about the Zana contract? I guess before you bring this account. Let's do regardless. Not regardless, so that whatever written the font. Legal entity. Rebuild. That's what it is. It's the same thing. Realty. To expand on this, basically find out capacity and track tracking rate. Partnership. Yeah. Yeah. Government. B company. Government. Yeah. Yes, man. You want next. Yes. Okay. that looks. This I wouldn't say Aaron. Purple. Doing this use so much more. And when you look at it, it seems impressive. Probably it's under. Contract speed. This kind of clashes with I don't hate, yeah, this in terms of like this before joining this oxygen. measuring. Is this okay. Okay. It's pretty. Standard. Um, Don't give, don't allow to major red flag. Now, who's that? Oh, okay. And else. Yeah. Any method. Any form method to convince you that the opinion on is suspicious. Forming into the same. Contract. All viewers that has agreed. Or as to tell me that all of you contract. I'm laughing, but then it's like this is something that happens. Not just not really in my understanding work I've heard about. I think kind of informing you that the terms are fair and stand in the market. There's no such thing as well. There's no such thing as a standard term. Wherever you work, people tell you that this is the same. Everyone's agreeing to the same thing. You went to this company or go to that other company. Now, most of people, let's say any agreement, any terms, whatever the context is, no such thing as standard. Only standard for the company, for themselves. Or better. Or better than other people offering. Beauty. You even have to, even if that's the case, even if all the VTubers working under the agency has signed the same agreement, it doesn't mean anything. It's not compulsory. You're not compelled. Compulsory. Everyone else. Yes. Also, just is not separate. King Kong. That I I'm trying to think about this. Like, oh my. And then passion. It was discussion on it. So reading. Be family, friends, girlfriend, boyfriend. It could be paid by paying VTubers with periods. Shitty. I put it as like independent contractor. Most likely the case is they are treated like independent contractors, like how Twitch treats the affiliates or the partners, independent contractors rather than employees. So that's something you have to be there. That's to hire a manager or be employed, hired by an agency. It really comes down to our word. Personal opinion. So yeah. Sometimes, you know, viewers might not have a say what they want to be, who they want to be sponsored. If people have to agree or not, it's bloodfish. Pens. I'll just whether the VTubers are contracted, never when, how, when, and where the costs and this. Manager at the company agency. There's some sort of remedy for the video. Happens if the company agency doesn't have money to VTube in time. It's very backup deposit also security for VTuber. It's just been left up by Uncle. Over at the public relations. This is not. No. Left. Mm. And, be company really use up all their own personal purposes. They should have been paid out to not just the not the charity money. Oh man, they're super illegal, possibly criminals. Again, yeah. I don't know on hindsight whether like would have foreseen this kind of stuff. As maybe on hindsight, like in the future, if this VTubers were to join another company group like this, the terms can be negotiated, transparency can be found, can be contractually obliged. It seems like it came down to this knowing where the money went was on transparency of the process of where did all this money go and all this VTuber oversight. Yeah. If anything, yeah, like financially, was all this managed? The agency dude school is provided. Process transparency. Worst movie. Yes, you know, as of note. Yeah, it's a not say there's not much to need to have. It's unfortunate that platform companies are essential. Not choose to goals. Reject. Have I? Oh, well, that's it. majority. That would there's not much to say. Documents. Majority of it unfair. All that moderation of the platform. Against harassers, toxic, sometimes lacking, not non-existent. AI. That moderation platform again. Lacking. Next. Hope. Refine platform. I believe it's important to know this person can sometimes it only helps you to a certain extent. If something goes bad for you, or yeah, if something happens bad to you, counter toxic, you know where to go, what to do, or that if you know this platform blatantly use your content, just don't bullshit that allows them to take advantage of it. An attempt to take advantage of the content. Yeah, so knowing what is humble makes you better to decide what you should do in the platform. to you. Ben. Interesting. Platform. Oh, fine. Platform that. I think I make good progress. Good. Attitude. Continue on. Probably the next thing is it was probably my trying to try really hard to think about what you can do reading through legal documents, streaming 5 feet. Once it only because on know what you should apply, but also so what to do and what don't do. Is anyone there? Naomi fine. Let's go rest. You and take care, everyone. Oh, boy, boy, boy. Close your eyes. Come to me. Feel alright. Let's dance with me all through the night. Turn it out. Close to you. I feel good. 'Cause I just know feeling of you. Give it to me, baby. Feel alright. I feel good. Just want you step with me, dance with me, here with me, feel alright. I feel good on you, alright. To make a groove all night.